Welcome, regular session mayor and city council meeting, 6 p.m. Wednesday, March 4th, 2026. City Hall Council Chambers. Call this meeting to order. Would you please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? Mr. Estes, will do us the honors.
Yes, sir. Your Honor. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. Just to notify everybody, there's two changes that we're going to do on the agenda. Item number 6, which is the proclamation, will be done immediately right now. And item number 4A will be moved with orders E. Correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so we go on to the proclamation. Whereas the citizens of Nogales stand firmly committed to promoting reading as a catalyst for our students' future academic success, their preparations for careers of the future, and their ability to compete in a global economy. And whereas the Santa Cruz County School Superintendent's Office has provided significant leadership in the area of community involvement in the education of our youth, grounded in the principles that an investment in early literacy is key to the community well-being and long-term quality of life. And whereas Read Across America, Read on Santa Cruz County, and Early Literacy Collaborative will focus on increased grade level proficiency, promote reading as a critical pillar in the education of our community students. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Santa Cruz County School Superintendent Maya M. Donnelly calls on the citizens of Santa Cruz County to assure that every child is in a safe place reading together with a caring adult the week of March 2nd, 2026. Be it further resolved that the Nogales City Mayor and Council enthusiastically endorse Read Across America, Read on Santa Cruz County, and commits our community to engage in programs and activities that ensure when Arizona children read, Arizona children thrive. In witness whereof we have hereunto set my hands and caused to be affixed the great seal of the city of Nogales, County of Santa Cruz, Arizona, Mayor Jorge Maldonado. Thank you. And this is proclamation for reading, supporting the Santa Cruz County Superintendents. Thank you. Somebody from the, right here? Maya, you're hiding back there. Here you go, man.
Thank you to everybody who has volunteered.
Huh?
Thank you
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Hello. Well, thank you very much. Welcome. Thank you.
Keep on doing the good job. And yes. Thank you. Next, we move to call to the public. We do have plenty of them. We will stick to 3 minutes. At 3 minutes, our city clerk is going to say, go like this, and then you have 10 more seconds to finish. Please, let's try to respect the timing.
Mayor, Council, I'd
Yes,
like
sir.
to make an announcement. The city has the monitors in the lobbies that are on, and there's audio and video there. As far as the capacity in this room for OSHA safety and for fire safety is set at 70. Those that are standing or those that are able to give up a seat If we can move to the lobby, we can continue to participate. The fact that we have a lot of people here is exactly what the city wants. We want to see everybody's participation, but we want to maintain that everybody's safe and comfortable. So anybody that is comfortable and willing, we can participate in this meeting through the monitors in the lobby. Thank you.
There's some open seatings up front.
And Mayor, we did turn off the shocker for the 3 minutes, so they won't get the electrical shock like you usually do.
Thank you. First we got Mr. David Coelho. Please come and state your name and address. Thank you. 3 minutes, sir.
Yes, my name is David Calvillo. My address is 392 Camino Brisabonel in Rio Rico. This message is mainly for the public. Deeply respect for most of our elected officials, but this is for the public. Once again, the actions of a few elected officials are bringing embarrassment to the city of Nogales. After recently serving as the executive assistant to the city manager and having a front row seat, you begin to realize many things. You begin to realize that some elected officials are not serving with the best intentions. These are some of the things I've realized. For some of them, it's all about power. And let me tell you, I've realized that the power or the hunger for power that some of them have corrupts. They don't allow good leaders to lead. Instead, they want to puppet them around. Even though at one point, some of them were the biggest advocates for our city manager. Instead of seeking facts and having mature conversations, some of them love to listen to false rumors, false information, and run with it as if it was truth. Time and time again, they turn these council meetings into a circus. Not because of the truth, but because they live in a false, ego-fueled reality that they have created. Our city manager isn't perfect, but he cares deeply about Nogales. He's not seeking for applause or recognition. In fact, he hates pictures and praise, and I can attest to that. Tonight, the proof is in his actions. Cleaner streets, buildings that city funds were spent on are finally being renovated and fixed up to be open, like Palo Duro and the Administrative Services Building. He's actively seeking out corruption, wrongdoing, and the leeches who for years have drained money from the city and stained its integrity. Many of those people no longer here at the city. Bringing in exceptional leaders to replace directors who were leading departments in unethical ways. Constantly asking what can be improved to better Nogales. Not for himself, not for elected officials, but for the people. Seeking programs to improve efficiency and processes. You may hear complaints about our city manager, and I'm sure you might hear some tonight. From people, from employees, from elected officials, but I challenge you to dig deeper into these complaints. Often they come from disgruntled employees, individuals whose harmful actions towards the city were discovered and dealt with. People resisting change, but change is good. Change challenges the "this is how it's always been done" mentality. Change holds companies, contractors, employees, and even elected officials accountable.
10 seconds.
Proverbs 29 verse 2 says, "When the righteous thrive, the people rejoice. When the wicked rule, the people groan." For years, the people of Nogales have groaned
Thank you, sir.
about lack of growth, the same old patterns, corruption, and the same old people running the city. Mr. Kramer is a good leader.
Mr. Coelho, I mentioned it.
Please make the right decision tonight.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we said 3 minutes. After you notice, 10 seconds. Next, we go speaking on behalf of Carolyn Schaefer, Ms. Councilwoman Lisa Montiel.
Attorney, do I need to go up to the podium, or is it okay here? You're the boss tonight.
I'm the boss tonight?
Yeah,
Wait,
we'll make
is that
you
on,
boss
that's on the
tonight.
record? That's recorded? No. You can do it from your seat.
Okay, thank you. And Mayor, just so this is not part of the 3 minutes, just so that people can know that Carolyn Schaefer was going to be here tonight. So she's asked me if I could read this for her. Okay?
Thank you.
All of us in Santa Cruz County are in uncharted territory. We live in a global biodiverse hotspot that, according to scientists, is in need of research and protection for species survival. We are challenged by the 21st century extractive capitalism model that is far more damaging than historical mining ever was. The company's motive is high profits for funding management, compensation packages, and greater investor returns. The residents of Santa Cruz County want to protect our natural resources and create a climate resilient county that protects the health and well-being of our people while honoring our cultural heritage and our unique ecosystem, both of which support our strong and growing nature-based economy. We are forced to negotiate an agreement because our state and federal governments have failed to protect us. The latest example is the ADQ, Clean Water Act, 401 waiver, which our community is currently working to respond to on or before March 20th. Through the early discussions about the Community Protections and Benefits Agreement, the government entities have resisted being maneuvered into signing an agreement primarily benefiting the mine company. The second slide, that is not the CBBA. The CBBA will be complete once we have the FICE and biological opinion from the federal agencies. Going forward, the local regional and national organizations that were part of the review of the environmental impact statement and mine plan of operation must be heard by the government entities before completion of the CPBA. In my opinion, which is Carolyn Schaefer's, the Early Actions Community Investment Agreement is the interim agreement which has been suggested rather than being pressured into the actual agreement. This investment agreement was negotiated to get funding for actions that need to happen sooner than later. I, Carolyn Schaefer, support approval of the Early Actions Community Investment Agreement, and I also acknowledge the concerns of our community members that is vitally important that the government organizations each find a way to allow our local residents to provide input on the protections roadmap tasks. Carolyn Schaefer. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Luis Parra. Sir, please come forward, state your address, and we got 3 minutes, and we'll give you sign when you have 10 seconds.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm here to talk about the elephant in the room, George's accident, Mayor George's accident. I do not condone it on any level. And yes, I agree wholeheartedly, it was very unbecoming to say the least. However, it was an accident, an unforeseen event. I invite the City Council to show a little class. First of all, that there were no injuries to others. Second of all, to recognize that my friend, and friend probably to most of you, George, is still among us. Recognize the humanity that he is still a husband to his wife, and most importantly, a father to his children. Do not destroy a person's being because you can. Do not destroy it because you can exploit the ridiculous code of conduct that was passed in order to be utilized in situations exactly like this. I address the council on the dangers of this code of conduct. I ask you to show some class and recognize the obvious. It was unforeseen, an unforeseen event, an accident. And please, don't any of you kid yourselves. I use these words loosely. Do not kid yourselves. This could have happened to any one of us. So treat it for what it was, an accident. After all, it was not as if he was caught cheating. Good afternoon.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Rosa Amelia Samaniego. Please state your name and address.
Good evening. My name's Rosa Amelia Samaniego. Did you ask me for my address?
Name and address, that's what.
Yeah, 550 North Potrero. I'm sorry, I can't hear any of you, so, bear with me. I came back, I was raised here in Nogales. I came back in 2002, not because I wanted to, but because I had a beloved father who suffered from Alzheimer's. So we walked the streets every single day. I thought he was going to kill me. So I've seen all the problems here in Nogales. And the sadness is that I continue to see them. Several months ago, I started walking again all over. And I see the same problems. Nobody does anything about them. Now, last night I heard, now I don't know, Mr. Kramer, this is the first time I've laid eyes on him, but I understand that there are individuals here in the council that would like to terminate him. I don't know him. I don't know what kind of work he's doing, but I strongly object. Because ever since I've been here from 2002, mayor after mayor, city council person after city council person, it's the same story. Someone comes in and has the right intentions. And what do? We need to terminate him, get rid of him. They don't even have a chance to start making the corrections. I don't know him, but I'll tell you one thing that I did like. Bárcenas, gone. Kissinger, gone. Bermúdez, gone. Suarez, gone. All four of these individuals I have had interactions with, and they're not pleasant. On this phone, like I tell you, I have walked every street practically in Nogales in the last couple of months. I can tell you that the things that I find are ridiculous. There's one item that's been on that needs repair for over 20 years. I told Fritz Kissinger about this, and you know what he told me? Oh, yeah? Just like that. I bet you want it done. Unacceptable. So I don't know whether they were terminated or whether they resigned. I really don't care. I'm glad they're gone. I think what we need to do is let Mr. Kramer continue to do his job and give him a chance. We cannot continue to make changes because this is just a waste of time. I understand the man's heart is in the right place. Let him do his job. This is ridiculous. I have been threatened. I have been harassed because, but this is important. My life has been in danger because police officers are not allowed to do what they're supposed to do. I'm not going to die just because Nogales police officers aren't properly trained or because they're told not to do something. Okay, no, I'm
That's
just
your
about,
10
you're going to have to drag me out.
Sorry, ma'am.
And then the other thing too is
Please.
that, come on.
We gave 10 seconds, just being fair.
Okay, Mr. Kramer, I have a huge list. It's all in here. It's on the cloud. If I lose this, I have friends from out of state that have all this information.
10 seconds.
Just
Ma'am?
corruption and everything
Please?
else. I'm done with this.
Thank you.
We've got to do something.
Thank you. Got to be fair with everybody. Thank you. Next, we have Sarah Lee Burkett. Sarah Lee Burkett, I'll meet you in the morning. Welcome.
That's proud. I'm not sure I can follow this, but I'll do my best.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Lee Burkett. I am the principal at Lincoln Elementary School. And I just want to do a thank you. And we want to extend our sincerest thanks to the city manager. And we've been through, I get we've been through several, but finally we had been requesting a pet waste receptacle outside of our campus. So we want to just say thank you for your support. This addition really helps keep our school grounds and surrounding neighborhoods clean, safe, and welcoming for our students, our family, and our community members. Small actions like this do make a difference in creating a space where everyone can take pride in our environment. And we're really grateful for the continued support of our public schools, because when a community really works together, and that's important, then everyone wins. So we want to say thank you for helping our Lincoln Lions keep our campus and community looking its best. So thank you. And then we have a campus beautification day on April 18th that's open to the public. So we invite you to come, do some projects, do some painting, and enjoy the day with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Mr. Dan Dillon.
Just a couple of things. My name is Dan Dillingis. Many of you know me. Is it?
Turn it on, please. There you go.
Now it's on. Okay. I live in Tubac off of Chavez Siding. And I've been around for 5 years. And I wanted to thank Mr. Kramer and Jessica, for their efforts helping me get the flyovers for the 4th of July, helping the city of Nogales. We've been approved by the military for those flyovers on the 4th of July during the parade and the event at the soccer field. So approval just means as available. So if we're not still at war and we have the planes and the helicopters, we should have a pretty good show. Now, unfortunately, I have to ask a question. This puts things into context, my other element. If you were asked who the most powerful lobbyist in the country was or is, I might ask you to consider that, who you might think that is. A lot of people will say Big Pharma. Some people would say the industry, energy industry. But I found in my career that it's organized crime. They're the most powerful, the largest lobbyist in the country, if not in the world. So when things don't make sense, look at that. I'm a 30-year veteran of federal law enforcement. I worked mostly in the desert. I spent 18 years teaching special operations, weapons, and tactics on the border here. So I think I know a little bit about what's going on with ICE, immigration, customs enforcement. These guys put their uniforms on every single day, body armor, 30 pounds worth of gear and sometimes more. They're going out there to try to save people's lives. They're police officers just like the city, just like any other federal law enforcement officer or sheriff. The same thing, willing to risk their lives to enforce the law. They take an oath of office. Many people in this room have taken an oath of office. It doesn't expire with retirement or when you leave service. You took that oath. It sticks with you. If you don't know what it means or you're not sure, look it up. Read the Constitution, look up probable cause, look up reasonable suspicion. These officers have warrants when they go out. Whether you believe it or not, whether you know it or not, they have warrants. They have probable cause, reasonable suspicion. They've recovered over 3,000 missing children that were trafficked in this country. Tens of thousands of serious criminals have been taken out of cities all over the country. They have made mistakes. They're going after millions of people. They're going to make mistakes. Who has not in their job made mistakes? I just want you to think about them, hold them in your prayers, and we're at war now. That war was started 47 years ago. Thank you, sir. I'll speak again, but I just wanted to give an alternate viewpoint that we don't hear too often with some context. It's a really difficult job. It's very dangerous. And if you don't support immigration services, then I'm afraid you have to be supporting the criminal underbelly of the country.
Thank you, sir.
That's your option. Thank you.
Next, we have Celespo Tapia.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Calypso Tapia, and I'm a resident of Nogales. For quick context, I have a master's degree in economics and over a decade of experience as a business intelligence analyst. So I pay close attention to process accountability and whether major decisions are actually backed by evidence. I'm here tonight because the records show a serious governance failure. Over the last several months, I submitted public records requests to better understand the management process behind major operational changes in the city. In response, the city stated in writing that no formal scheduled meetings between city manager and department directors were maintained, that no agendas or notes were prepared, and that meetings were impromptu and convened as needed, even while the stated priority was organizational structure and compliance. That does not make logical or operational sense. Its structure and compliance were truly the priority that required more coordination, not less. It required communication with department leadership, clear expectations, follow through, and a documented process for tracking progress. That did not happen. And accountability here does not stop with the city manager. It belongs with this council as well, although I believe it's better to act late than not at all. This council cannot operate on rumor, pressure, and whoever talks the most confidently in the room. Anyone can make accusations. That does not make them true. Governance requires evidence, documentation, and the discipline to ask the right questions before acting. Blind trust is not governance. I still have not received documentation responsive to my public records request for the basis, scope, and justification for the proposed forensic audit, even though that matters again on tonight's agenda. And when I submitted a narrowly tailored request for project-specific emails between identified city officials, the response was a vague withholding memo rather than a clear accounting of what records were found, produced, or withheld. At the last City Council meeting, you heard directly about underpaid police officers and the retention problems. That is exactly why stewardship matters. When taxpayer money is diverted into internal fallout, investigations, outside professional services, and preventable cleanup, there's a real opportunity cost to that spending. The city's own financial reports show the city manager and city attorney repeatedly over their year-to-date budget benchmarks, and by the end of January, more than 80% of the city attorney budget was already spent or encumbered. I also want to acknowledge the good employees still inside the city who are left cleaning up this mess. If this council truly wants to know what happened behind closed doors, then employees, including those who left within the last year, should be given a safe, documented path to submit written disclosures to council with meaningful protection against retaliation. So tonight I'm asking you to do three things. Re-examine the decisions you approved over the last year, insist on real documentation and real accountability going forward, and choose the next city manager with far more care than you chose this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Ms. Linda Hatfield.
Good evening. Linda Hatfield, I'm representing CWA 7000. So I come to you tonight to address the city manager issue, as well as a lot of people are. I just have to say that, so I've been coming here since 2004. We've had a union since 2004. I cannot remember the last time we had a city manager that actually worked with us, that we had open communications with, that collaborated with us, had an open door policy completely, kept his word, did all the things that you expect a city manager to do with labor. I think my brothers will probably tell you similar stories, but it's been so difficult in Nogales. And as one of the previous speakers mentioned, every time we turn around, we have a new city manager, a new city attorney, and it's like, it's an election year. You know, if nothing else, wait till the election happens. I mean, why make choices for people that may not be here? So I implore you to reconsider termination. I mean, again, I feel like Mr. Kramer walked into, like with us, if you recall, Roy would not bring our contract to a vote to you all. we had to wait like 3 more months. And I mean, we've just gone through ridiculous things that did not need to happen. He has never once done that to us. He's been open, he communicates if we have questions, and I think he generally cares about the employees, he cares about the city. And I mean, I think you have somebody that's willing to work with you. And, you know, if it's a case of there's something out there, and I don't even know what that is, like some of the innuendos tonight, I'm not even sure what they were talking about, but if there's issues out there, work together, collaborate with each other. Collaborate with the city and, you know, work with the city manager and figure it out. I mean, again, it's a waste of money. His contract, I think, is up in February. Again, you've got elections coming up in November. So why would you make this kind of a move right now? This just seems so silly. Like when I heard about this, I was actually shocked. And until I saw the agenda, I didn't really think it was happening. So I implore you to reconsider because, like I said, I think, like somebody has said, the man's not perfect. I'm not perfect. You know, I've been doing this a long time, and sometimes my members are upset with me. You know, like, you didn't do this, you didn't get back to me soon enough, something didn't happen. But, you know, we're all humans. We do the best we can. And for me, and I think Mr. Kramer's the same way, if somebody brings to my attention that there's a problem, either I can fix it or we can sit down and talk about it and reach a resolution. But please, don't do this now. I mean, the timing of this is just horrible. And I think it's going to set the city back years. Because, I mean, we're finally going in the right direction and making really positive changes. So please reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have D.R. McMillan.
What was the name, Mr.
D.R. McMillan.
Hi, my name is D.R. McMillan.
The mic is thank you.
Oh. Hi, my name is D.R. McMillan. I am a general contractor licensed in Arizona for almost 40 years. I have built numerous buildings, especially all over the state of Arizona, but down here in Nogales. I am currently building a self-storage facility on Shell Road, which is real close to Mariposa Road in 19. Currently, we have a stop order that was issued about a week ago because the stop order said that we didn't have permits. But I have been working on this project for 2 years, and I have permits. We were given permits by the previous director of development, and now because of changes made in the city, how they want to proceed from January 1st onward, we are stuck with not being able to fulfill our contracts with our owners and our suppliers. And so it's a really hardship. It's costing us thousands of dollars every day not being able to work. And one of the partners in this development is a lady by the name of Susie Mastic, and the Mastic family has been in Nogales for, I believe, over 100 years with the Mastic Dairy and different things. And so we are established developers, and we want to get this thing brought back online, but we're not getting the communication that we need or cooperation from the building department because they're being directed by Mr. Kramer to basically set us up to not proceed. And that is the approval that we got originally back in February to start this project in construction, and then a new permit that was issued in October, I believe, or November of this year, to continue construction. And at several meetings with all the directors of the fire department and building department and everything, we have met with them, we've complied with them, we have done everything in our power to meet with all the department heads, and yet we're not getting nowhere with this project. And it's literally costing us thousands of dollars every day. So what I'd like to get, if it's possible, to have the council direct Mr. Kramer to remove the stop order, let us get back to work.
Go ahead. Last 10 seconds.
Okay. And we'll be glad to fulfill whatever it is that the city's new agenda is. We'll cooperate 100%, but we need to start construction
Thank you, sir.
as soon as possible.
Thank you.
Thanks.
That is all we have called to public, sir.
Mayor, council, this gentleman to my right did not know that he needed to sign the paper before the meeting began. I don't know if that it's viewed and entertained, but I just thought I'd speak for him.
There you go. Good. You got 3 minutes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Vasquez.
I'm Jeffrey Latham, and I hear myself back there. I live at 1481 North Royal Road in Nogales. I've lived in Nogales and worked here and raised children here off and on since 1972. My issue is with the Hermosa Critical Mineral Project. And I just recently became aware of the town of Patagonia, city of Nogales, Santa Cruz County, South 32 Early Actions Community Investment Funding Agreement. Early Actions Funding Agreement, I had no idea that this existed until I got an email the other day from the Patagonia Area Resource Alliance. I feel fortunate that they exist because they're able to keep an eye on the very complicated issues surrounding this mine that's going in Santa Cruz County and all of the environmental complications associated with it that I'm sure nobody in this room is aware of everything that's happening. And I didn't come here to oppose the mine because I don't think any of us has a snowball's chance in hell of opposing this mine. This mine is going in. It's been going in. It's a pet project from all the way to the White House. And so that's that. But we do have the possibility of at least watching what they're doing and help and cooperating with them to try and make sure that at least they follow environmental policy. They don't ruin our water supply. They don't trash our environment, kill all our animals, They don't wreck our county so that we don't have like a legacy for our children to inherit. Those are the kinds of things that concern me. And when I looked at the documentation having to do with this agreement, this isn't the first pre-agreement that I've seen that's kind of raised a red flag in my mind about this mine. They've got an agreement that they want property owners to sign that has to do with relinquishing legal rights about suing South 32, for example, if anything happens to their wells that relates to the mining operation, and so on and so forth. Well, these little things, all these little things that pop up. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but for example, the fact that these 3 meetings are happening simultaneously tonight, these are the little things that make me not trust them. And all I want to do is just call your attention to the fact that I don't trust them, and I want you all to really do your homework and make sure you understand everything involved
Thank you, sir.
in what they're up to.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, we move to presentations. Not A, well, B. American 250 Arizona Celebration. Library Supervisor. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council and community. My name is Karina Martinez, and I serve as the library supervisor at the Nogales Santa Cruz County Public Libraries. It's an honor for me to be here today to present to you our collaboration with the America 250. Next, please. How does the library connect with America 250? Well, this celebration encourages communities to come together and reflect on how our local stories contribute to our nation. The Nogales Public Library has been part of that since it's been here in our town since 1923. 103 years the library has been in our town, and the Nogales Public Library building has stood as one of those institutions. Next, please. Our current library building was designed in 1958 by architect Benny Gonzalez. Since opening, it has served generations of residents, students completing their homeworks, family attending story times, seniors exploring new interests, and community members seeking new knowledge, connection, and opportunity. The library has evolved over the years, expanding our services, integrating technology, and offering programmings, yet the foundation remains the same, providing free and equal access to everyone in our community. Right here, I have two pictures. On our left is a 1962 postcard. That's how it used to look, our library, So now, on the right side, it's a current picture of our library. Next, please. The library building, Mr. Benny Gonzalez, he was a respected Southwest architect who designed a civic structure reflect both modern and innovation. His work contributed to many buildings here in our community, houses, the library, the BFW. So his work been in the library, he stayed, the public library is an example of the mid-century civic design that emphasized openness, accessibility, and community gathering. So for more than 60 years, this building has been more than bricks. It's been a landmark, a recognizable space in the heart of our city. And fun fact, the Nogales Public Library was actually Mr. Benny Gonzalez's first major project. Next, please. So that's why the library was wondering what we can do to honor not only Mr. Benny's and the library. So the city of Nogales and the America 250 committee came together and decided to design a library card. A new library card featuring a photograph of the library from 1962 building. This image captured the library as it stood at the beginning, a symbol of foundation, vision, and a commitment to education. A library card may seem small, but it represents access, opportunity, and belonging to our community. So right now, Council, I'll give to all of you one library card, hoping you guys can come and visit us and use our service. And community too, I invite all of you to stop at the library and get one of our new commemorative library cards and use one of our services that are free for our community. Next, please. Not only I'm inviting you to get a library card, but also this upcoming Friday, March 6th, here at City Hall, we'll be hosting the Road to 250 Arizona Traveling Museum. Nogales has been selected as one of those official stops statewide, so we are honored to be included. The Traveling Museum features a semi-trailer transforming to a mobile exhibition filled with history displays that highlights our story's nation. So this exhibition will be happening on Friday from 10 to 6 p.m. Next, please. Once again, I want to say thank you for this opportunity in coming up here and speak to all of you, and we wait all for you at the library.
Thank you, Karina. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to remind, Karina, can you remind them with this card, they can also do what with magazines and books?
Yeah, so as libraries keep expanding, not only, with physical books, but also with the online services. We have an app that you can download on your phone, your tablet, and you get access to books, movies, audios, everything for free, just on the hand of your library card.
Thank you very much. Next, we move to item 5, financial monthly report.
We have another presentation. It's item 8.
No, Michael has moved to E on orders.
I forgot to tell.
I mentioned it when we started. You got it, Mr. Melendez? So now we have, my presentation A was moved with orders E. Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. In front of you, you have a hard copy of the January financial report that includes all revenues, expenditures for the general fund, HERF, water, sewer, and sanitation. Both revenues expenditures should be around 58.3%. And with that said, let's begin the presentation. On table A, you'll see that general funds year-to-date revenues are at $17,913,198, and expenditures are at $21,959,333. With the general fund revenues, that's 62.6% of what was budgeted for the year. Share revenues are at $5,403,507. That's at 55.5% of the budget. Local sales tax on table B, please. Next. We have $1,496,798. And that's 91,205 more than previous January of last year.
Excuse me.
Yes.
On table A, how did we go down to less, year-to-date revenues less than at $6 million?
What part?
Right there on the right, on top.
What portion are you saying? Excuse me.
The second line on the top right. You say there were revenue expenses were less than year to date.
Oh no,
$6,163,000. That is outrageous.
Talking about the local sales tax when I was talking about that? Excuse me.
No.
At the top where it says year-to-date revenues are less than year-to-date expenses.
Oh yes. So the expenditures are $21,959,333, and the year-to-date revenues are $17,913,198,000. So that's the differences from the revenues. I don't know if I updated the numbers there, but I can get you those numbers. Oh yeah.
That's less than $4 million.
Yes, I can get you those numbers right now if you want.
So that number is incorrect.
Yes, I updated the table, just I didn't update that top number.
Thank you.
Let me see. See, back to table B. Thank you. Currently, we're at 361,406 below from last year. On the general fund expenditures, we're at 51.7%. And table C again, next please. Two of the departments show that they're currently higher than the 58.3% that they're supposed to be indicated. And all those two departments are being monitored, which is the city manager and city attorney's department. Next. For HERF and overweight fees, The revenues for HERF are 1,897,495, which is at 65.2% of the budget. Overweight fees are at 184,669, which is 61.6% of the budget. The HERF expenditures are below budget at $1,400,004 at 41.6% of the budget. Overweight fees expenditures are below budget as well at $98,199, which is 10.7%. Next. Sewer fund revenues as of year to date are $2,141,445, which is 65.55% of the budget. Expenditures are at $1,380,333, which is 42% of the budget. The year-to-date revenues are more than the year-to-date expenses by $761,112. Next. For the water fund, the revenues collected are $2,065,839, which is at 61.5% of the budget. The expenditures are at $2,232,633, which is at 53.9% of the budget. The year-to-date revenues are less than the year-to-date expenses by $166,794 for the water fund. Next. For the sanitation fund, we collected $1,850,877, which is at 66% of the budget. Expenditures are at $1,845,451, which is 49.1% of the budget. The year-to-date revenues are more than the year-to-date expenses by $222,044. Business licenses as of February, we have 2,000.
Excuse me. They're more by 214?
For sanitation fund?
Yes.
The revenues are $222,044 more than the revenue spent.
And on the right, the year-to-date were on expenses were more.
No, we have less expenditures than revenues.
Okay.
For the sanitation fund.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And for business license as of February, we have 2,890 active business licenses. There have been no cancellations of suspended licenses, and we had 5 new licenses during the month. That concludes the financial report.
Council, do we have any questions? Any questions, Council? Go ahead, Mr. Doyle, Councilman Doyle.
Yes, when you said there's no cancellation of business licenses, what does cancellation cover? Just cancellation?
Yeah, they cancel a business license.
Business license is not being renewed on a timely manner, or?
No, normally is if they cancel their business license or they close a business during that month.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any more questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next, we move to item 7, liquor license. You have a
clerical error, Mr. Mayor, on 7A. The actual event date is April 24th and not the 4th.
Thank you, sir. Council, do you understand that? The actual date is April 24th, not April 4th. Okay. A, consideration and possible action on liquor license number 2026-1, consideration of the recommendation to approve the insurance of a special event liquor license submitted by Germán Zelaya on behalf of the Boys Girls Club of Santa Cruz County for the 2026 Fiesta Produce Carne Asada event scheduled for April 24th, for Friday, April 24th, 2026 from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. Next, we have B, consideration and possible action on liquor license number 2026-2, consideration of the recommendation to approve the insurance of a special liquor license submitted by Margarita Garcia Felix on behalf of Lourdes Catholic School for the Bingo LCS event scheduled for Wednesday, March 18, 2026 from 10 a.m. to 11 p.m. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. We move to number 8, orders. Consideration and possible action of orders 2026-03-009. An order of the Council of the City of Nogales, Arizona, approving a highway safety contract with the Arizona Governor's Office of Highway Safety for the reimbursement in the amount of $8,001 for the purchase of child safety seats.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. B, consideration and possible action of order 2026-03-010, an order of the Council of the City of Nogales, Arizona, approving a highway safety contract with the Arizona Governor's Office of Highway Safety for the reimbursement of overtime police officers working DUI impaired driving enforcement in the amount of $6,500.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. C, consideration and possible action of order 2026-03-011, an order of the Council of the City of Nogales, Arizona, approving a highway safety contract for the Selective Traffic Enforcement Program STEP with the Arizona Governor's Office of Highway Safety for the reimbursement of overtime and for the purchase of equipment, LIDARs, in the amount of $25,740.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. D, consideration and possible action of order number 2026-03-012, an order of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Nogales, Arizona, approving a users agency agreement with Sir Jobs for Progress of Southern Arizona, Inc., for participation in the Youth Service Work Experience Program.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. We go to E, consideration and possible action of order number 2026-03-013, an order of the Council of the City of Nogales, Arizona, approving the sale and execution of pledge revenue and refunding obligations, authorizing the execution and delivery of related agreements and documents, delegating authority to the mayor and the city manager, and authorizing all other necessary actions. Okay, Mr. Vasquez, this is where we're going to...
Yeah, we're going to do the presentation.
Presentation.
There's one quick legal item that I'd like to discuss with council on this agenda item. If we could go into a quick executive session, and I could explain that real quick. So,
okay.
But we'd need a motion and a second to go into executive session.
I move to a quick executive session.
I second.
Very good. All in favor? Aye. ladies and gentlemen, we're going to step into a quick executive session. Thank you. We reconvene from executive session. Just reconvene. Motion to reconvene from executive session.
Okay.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, Mr. Vasquez, would you do your presentation, city infrastructure outlook?
Mayor, Council, thank you for having me. This is a presentation that both Mr. Kramer and I are going to work through together. The agenda item is for the potential refinancing of existing debt for debt service savings and potentially the issuance of some new money. This, however, this presentation is going to cover a little bit more, an update on the city's engineer report of the water and wastewater system and a few other items related to WIFA. Next page, please. So as we mentioned last council meeting, Mr. Kramer had hired somebody in-house to do an evaluation of the city's water and wastewater system. I just met the gentleman tonight, and I understand that study should be mostly complete by the end of this month. That will likely give the council a lot more clearer idea of what the water and wastewater system looks like. A few years ago, the city had borrowed approximately $15 million from WIFA, both for its water and wastewater system. As we've discussed, many of those projects have not been finished, and in order to complete them, we would have to go back to WIFA and borrow a substantial amount of money in addition to what you already borrowed. Also, we're hoping that the engineering study will give council an idea of what is immediately failing, what might fail in the next 5 years, and what might fail in the next 10 years, so you can begin to budget appropriately and have an idea of what you're dealing with. Mr. Kramer, would you like to add anything to that?
No, that's fine. We haven't met David, but David, if you could stand up, please. So just so everyone knows, this is David, our engineer. He is doing the study. We did bring him in, so it's certainly helpful to what we had talked about in the beginning of, or the end of last year, certainly. But it's important that we're going to have this study, hopefully by April, or excuse me, May's meeting. We'll bring Michael back to discuss more on this. So thank you, Michael.
Absolutely. And then I guess to finish it off, once we do have that list and council's able to see it, I think that I would ask, and Mr. Kramer would likely direct that a capital improvement study be done. So we have this in writing for you going forward, and you know what projects are a priority for you and which ones can fall, not so much as a priority. Next item is WIFA loans. So we discussed the 2020 loan, and upon getting the engineer study, we can figure out what we're going to do with that 2020 loan. That meaning that is the city going to elect not to finish those projects and not borrow any more money to finish those? Is it going to do a portion of those projects, or is it going to do all of those projects? So that's something that we will be deciding, or the council will be deciding shortly. Also, we're looking at potential 2026 WIFA loan, which was approved last council meeting, and that will be in conjunction with a NADA bank grant that Mr. Kramer is working on.
Yeah, just to piggyback on that, I believe that we are meeting with him next week. He's coming into town from, I believe, on Monday at 2 p.m. to look at the Nogales area and to get an infrastructure, at least an idea of what we can do over there. Is that correct, Mr. Garcia?
Yes.
Thank you.
And then a final question on the WIFA loans going forward. Is that something that council wants to allow staff to run in-house, or do they want to hire somebody special to manage these projects and make sure that they're done accordingly and that somebody has skin in the game? It's a question for council. Next page, please. The rate study. We started a rate study almost a year ago, and it hasn't been completed. The major reason is, in order to complete that, we really need to know what projects are going to be financed so that we can build that into the rate study. Additionally, when we started that rate study, it was not a complex rate study. It was based on what was done before, and we were just going to update that. Having discussed the potential amounts, the large amounts that the city might have to borrow, one question came from Council Member Bonilla as well. You know, that's likely going to hurt a lot of our constituents, and they probably can't afford that. So is it possible to maybe adjust that study so that maybe we can account for or adjust for some of those constituents? Is that correct, Councilmember Bonilla? So that's something that the council would have to decide, or staff would have to decide if we want to adjust that study to make allowances for that. Timing to completion on that, it probably is from the time there's direction given, that's probably a month and a half for that study to be completed. Next is general capital improvements. So we discussed water and wastewater, but at the same time, you know, there are building improvements, street improvements, and potential park improvements. So also something that Mr. Kramer and I discussed is doing a separate capital improvement plan for the city for its general improvements. So it's just something that I wanted to put in front of council. Lastly is the actual agenda item. So the city has a number of outstanding debt issuances secured by excise tax. One is from 2014 and one is from 2015, and they are now callable. That means that we're able to refinance them. There's usually a 10-year par call. We're at that point, and rates right now on those refinancing those, we're at approximately 3% net present value savings. So we would refund approximately $10 million worth of the city's existing debt, and based on market rates right now, there's probably a $500,000 to $600,000 net present value savings on refinancing that. Built into the resolution is that we could not refinance those bonds unless we meet that 3% savings. So the professionals just don't get to go and make money and not save you money. That's the presentation. Questions, please? Or Mr. Kramer, do you have anything to add?
No, I think that you've mentioned everything financially, certainly, and then the other aspects that pertain to what we need to do in-house certainly are relevant to the direction and the future of the city of Nogales. And as we said, it's going to be a 5-year plan. And so whatever we do, we're certainly going to look at that. But first starters is certainly, again, everyone that's in the Nogalitos area that is funded, we are moving in that direction. So we will be those streets, and we'll bring that presentation back to the council once we know more about how that's going to work. Thank you.
Yes,
sir. Go ahead,
yeah.
Mr. Doe.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, sir.
You know, one of the things that I experienced when I was mayor was that, you know, and actually with people up there, the board and the chairman were very happy that I went up there one time when we asked for the loan, that the mayor took the time to go over there and request their help. So have you seen that in the most recent past? Is that still, I'm talking about 10 years ago. So is it good for the mayor when that issue comes up to go before the board and kind of make a personal request for the city of Nogales, considering that this is a community that we don't have a lot of money. The normal, I think, I guess income here is in the late high 20s or something like that, the average. And they take those things into consideration. So I was just asking to see if you might say how that would help the city for the mayor to go and request personally, give it a personal touch with a WIFA board.
Councilmember Doyle, so that's unusual. Most mayors don't take the time to do those kinds of things, but I can't imagine that it could only help.
Mayor, Councilmember Doyle's trying to guilt you into going up to see the website.
And please extend the invitation for them to come down here in Nogales.
Thank you.
Spend some money.
And just for informational purposes, I know the current chairman, so if you would like a meeting, I can arrange that for you.
And I'm happy to accompany.
Anything to help the city. That's what I'm here for. Any other questions or comments? No?
If we could just have another motion on the agenda item since it was done super quick before the presentation. So I want you to have all the information to make that decision.
So do we have a motion? I'll read it again. Consideration and possible action of order number 2026-03-013, an order of the Council of the City of Nogales, Arizona, approving the sale and execution of pledge revenue and refunding obligation, authorizing the execution and delivery of related agreements and documents, delegating authority to the mayor and the city manager, and authorizing all other necessary actions. Any more comments? Do I have all those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Mayor.
We go to number 9, discussion action items. A, discussion and possible action, termination of the contract for City Manager Joe Kramer. Mr. Bonillas or Mr. Doyle?
Yes, Mayor, I placed that on the agenda because of all the complaints I've received, mostly from the business people that have projects trying to unfold here in the city, and they've been waiting for over 6 months, and they keep the city keeps toying with them. Kind of similar to what the person that came and spoke a while ago about one of the projects on storage things. Others have been on buildings, developing homes, and it's projects that we've okayed already. The council has okayed months ago, 8-9 months ago, and they still can't start construction because our city manager is putting more, I guess, bumps along the way, and they feel, they're professional people. Some are, they have engineering degrees, and they're complaining about that the people that we have are not responding in a professional way, especially when a lot of people have been let go in important positions, and the city manager hasn't done anything to open those positions up. As soon as a position of importance is, it loses its director, it should have been placed right away before the council so that we could open that position and find somebody that's qualified and professionally qualified. They have no faith in the city manager because he has a person right under him in Public Works, the director, that they say doesn't know anything about Public Works. And it's that's shameful to hear all these things because it's setting back the city. We're losing a lot of money. They're losing a lot of money. One of the projects that has been held back, they feel they've lost over $150,000 because they haven't started construction. And they aren't here. I see the people that come. They don't like. These are people that deal with big amounts of money, and they don't want to come in and sit here and let us know. But they complain to the council. I'm sure there's other council members that probably heard their complaints. But the thing is that we can't allow that to continue, and we also. There's a problem with the morale. There's also employees that have been calling. I guess they don't call the union because they don't feel they get anywhere with the union, so they call us about morale being down of city employees. They're in fear of getting fired or getting some kind of retaliation. And these are problems that we don't need. We don't need that type of atmosphere in our city. I'm sure there's some that are very positive because those are the favorite employees. They'll speak well about the city manager because, of course, they're driving brand new trucks. and they're treated very well. But how about the other employees? How about the ones that have no voice? That because and they don't, and they stand for their ethical views. They stand for principles, and they don't sell themselves out. So how about them? Are they going to be? Is there going to be retaliation on them? Is there going to be, are they going to be mistreated just because somebody wants to be a dictator over them? No, we don't need that kind of leadership in the city. We need more transparency and accountability. We don't have it. If we follow the guidelines and the rules, well, we would have a better system, or at least anyway, the city managers should be the example of that. Instead, he kind of led us to, like somebody said that when we're officials, we swear. We make an oath of the Constitution and of the Constitution of our city, the city charter, that we're supposed to follow it. Mr. Kramer, according to the Constitution of the city, should have been fired a long time ago when he decided to live in Rio Rico after he became a city manager. You are not allowed to do that under the city charter. Right away, if you can't live here in this city, you're gone. You're not. You lose your position as city manager. And instead, he was able to get us coerced to give him an extension of that time for a year, and that's illegal. That definitely is illegal to break the city charter. And again, we even fell prey to that. And there's still some of us here sitting that get manipulated by him. He's very good at giving promises, but that's all we hear, more promises and more promises. The thing is that we need to put a stop. We need to improve the leadership in this city and show the people that we're responsive to their needs, not just to those that are favored. It's for everyone. We're supposed to, the whole city we're supposed to represent, not just a few. And that's the reason that I placed this, so that hopefully the members of this council will reflect on that. I'm sure a lot of them know. Of course, there's some good things always, but we can't afford to have the bad that's being shown and the fear that some of those people have, including our employees. And this is not just our employees. This goes out to the city residents and most of the business people. They say that he's very vindictive, and they don't feel they shouldn't have to have that kind of leadership in our community. So that's the reason I'm placing my first thought is for the people of our community, for our employees, for people not to have fear in the decisions that they make, or if they want to be. Some of them don't even want to be a whistleblower because they're afraid they'll get retaliated. But yet, if somebody stands within this council, I'm sure we're going to bring more proof of what's going on. I'm sure they'll want to be witnesses of what's going on. And that's why I'm putting this, so that we can have these people come in and kind of give us their view and show the facts of what are going on. And there's other discrepancies that actually break the rules not only, but the law. And so those are the ones that need to be investigated. And this is just really the beginning. But I just want the people in our community to know that there's members in this council that represent them, and we're going to stand for them, regardless of intimidation or anything else. And that's the important thing, that we give transparency and accountability. If there's money getting lost, we want to know I know it's in the millions. It's not hundreds of thousands. It's in the millions. And I don't want you, the public, later to say, oh, how come nobody said anything there in the city if they were aware of it? Why didn't they bring it up? Like the county. they blame the supervisors. Well, I'm one councilman that will speak out for your interests and for the best interest of the community. And that's why I placed it on the agenda. If whatever council however the rest of the councilmen want to vote or support, it's up to them. But I'm voicing my opinion. I know Mr. Bonillas is also, we found out we had the same interests. Actually, he put his own agenda item. I wasn't aware of it. I put my own. I don't know if it was a clerk or Mr. Kramer who brought this together as like a co-sponsor. Who put both of our names on the same?
The city clerk did.
I did, sir, because it was two similar items. So I just added both of you together.
Well, thank you. I guess we had the same mindset, and he was going in his own direction. I was going in my own direction. Again, answering to our constituents, responding to their needs and to their fears. So I guess you brought us together in that sense. I just want that known. But thank you, our city clerk, Mr. Melendez. So I make a motion to replace Mr. Kramer as I place it here by terminating his contract with the city of Nogales as city manager. That's my motion.
I second it. I call to the question.
Mr. Bonilla.
Mayor, let's vote.
Have any comment?
No, I just called to the question. I second it and I called it to a question.
Yeah, so he called the question, so that terminates any discussion with regard to the item under the Roberts rules.
You need to vote on the call to the question.
You can vote on the call to the question. So you can vote if you want to call the question and then have discussion, and then move to have discussion.
Let's see. Did you understand?
So,
We don't have to vote to call to the question.
yes, the question is whether or not council can or cannot have discussion on the item. So you're calling the question, so there's the pending issue on the floor is whether or not the council wants to call the question or they want to continue discussion. So
is there a motion on that, or for the call of the question?
It's supposed to be a motion to call the question.
Okay, I make a motion to call on the question. Do I have a second? Or you made that motion, didn't you?
Yes, we just have to vote.
He made that motion to call the question. I second it. So now we can.
Vote on the call of the question. If you want to, sorry.
Yeah.
You want to call the question or have debate? That would be the
Does council want all in favor of a call for the question? Or?
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Nay. Aye.
I have a question before I answer. So, but denying it means that we can go ahead and speak our whatever we want, huh?
Yes.
Okay, so it's no.
Okay, so motion fails to call for the question. Now we go back to discussion. Correct, sir?
Yes, because a call of the question requires a 2/3 vote to pass. So it fails. So then you go back to having debate on the pending
discussion. Discussion on
and debate on the pending motion, which is still on the table with regard to the motion to terminate.
Does anybody have any discussion?
I have something to say.
Go ahead, Ms. Parra.
Well, there are two sides to every story. And Mr. Kramer was hired to clean up the city, and he has done that. We have had department heads that have been removed for obvious reasons. Also, the employees that are probably terrified of Mr. Kramer are probably the ones that are guilty of something, because I have spoken to the employees and I know the union is involved and they are not afraid to speak up. They're coming up and wanting to speak now, not like before where they were kept quiet because it was retaliation. Mr. Kramer has done everything we have asked him for. And being born and raised in Nogales, I've never seen the city so well taken care of as it is now. I can't People are terrified of change. We finally have somebody that's strong, that's doing something. He's not a politician, he's doing the right thing. But yet, as soon as there's change, oh my God, let's run and let's put things the way they were at the good old boys. And I'm totally against that. I want change. I want Nogales to go forward. Mr. Kramer is a visionary. He's moving us forward. And for people not to accept change, I just don't get it. That's not what we're here for. We're here for the betterment of Nogales, and that's what he's doing, along with us. We agreed for everything that he did. There's nothing, illegal or hiding. There's nothing like that. You were in there when we voted for him and when we extended the contract. So don't come on here and saying that it was done secretly or whatever you're insinuating, because that is not correct. I'm here for Mr. Kramer. I'm here for the people as well. That's what I want to do, what's best for the community. And he is transparent, and he has an open door policy. Nobody can say it's not true, because he does. I'm here to make Nogales move forward, to change for the youth, that we've never had anything since I was a kid. Now my daughters are grown. Now for my grandkids, there's nothing around for Nogales for our kids. He's making that change. I've gone to him. We've talked about it. We discussed it. He does listen. He is transparent. He's not hiding. He's not like all the other administrations going manager after manager after manager. It's just, it just blows my mind that the mentality, we can't have that. We need what he's offering us for the city to move forward.
Thank you.
Yes, Mayor.
Mr. Dahl?
Again, this is just the surface that we're scraping. There'll be some legal issues coming out. And of course, he'll have a right to defend himself. But I think if we take action on this, and we don't have to go to those extremes of actually bringing out proof of different, laws that he's broken, but because it just downgrades our whole system. Again, he knows what they're about, I'm sure, and if we have to bring it back with proof on the next meeting, well, we'll go ahead and do that. But I'm trying to avoid more serious issues of actually, letting the people know by facts and proof of what's been going on. And so, again, we placed it, again, I don't know the extent of Councilman Bonilla's feelings on this, but these are mine. And again, I'm here to represent overall the people, especially the business community, that are so upset with the way his dictatorial, the way he acts towards them. Again, he favors those that he likes, like certain councilmen here. And of course, you're going to be pleased with that. I don't blame you for that. But we're here for all the community, not just a few. And again, that's the reason that I'm placing this. And, I guess when we have all the facts and the proof, then we'll revisit this. And in case if you don't feel that strong about it tonight, that's fine. It'll only show that either you're going to represent the people of this community lawfully, or you're going to represent the city manager with his ways. So, that's eventually you're all going to have to come to that decision. But anyway, I'm glad that Mr. Bonillas also placed that, and we're able to talk about this.
Mr. Bonillas, go ahead.
Mayor and Council and fellow constituency, I want to share a little bit about my journey into making this decision. I had to go through a anger management class, of course. I'm not done with it yet, but I did take an additional course talking about mental health, work trauma, stress, and how that disables the employees. This city, and I will admit that Mr. Kramer has done. I've probably been one of the biggest advocates in the past of Mr. Kramer. But what I started to notice is that our employees were going into a very dark place. Mental health nowadays, we just had a shooting, it's a homicide a few days ago because of mental health. If we do not take care of our employees first, it doesn't matter what we do for infrastructure. It doesn't matter what we do for budgeting. It doesn't do, because we need to take care of our employees. And that is priority one for me. When an employee is no longer wanting to come to work, when it's no longer fun or comfortable to be in the workplace, and you're constantly getting berated, and you get berated by complaints on a daily basis, then you have to take a step back. Are we doing more good or are we doing more bad? And our employees come first. The well-being of our employees come first. Mental health matters. Thank you.
Ms. Melendez?
Yeah, I just want to mention, I've been getting not only 2 or 3, but several, I can tell you about 12 calls from employees. And they're honest employees. They're not crooked nor nothing like that. And they are afraid. And I told you, Mr. Kramer, that I got those calls. And I don't know why are they afraid. I've been working with you and I've been doing it fine. But employees are different and they're thinking different and they are afraid. And that's what they have been telling me. I just wanted to let.
One last comment.
Ms. Pereira?
I have received several calls and meetings with employees as well, because I'm with the labor, with the unions, I really support them. And I know they go to Ms. Hatfield as well. They come to me in person, by phone. I listen to them, and it's not because they're afraid. It's because they're happy that he's here. That's the other side of the coin. They're happy that he's here, that they're able to do their job. They're not afraid of retaliation for the other people that are employed there that make their life miserable. Mental health, I'm all about that. After this session, I'm going to need some therapy.
Anybody else have any comment? I do. Go ahead, Mr. Joe. Go ahead. I'll finish it up.
It just came to me that, that somebody out in the audience was giving him credit, and some here of people that has replaced, and I remember they mentioned Mr. Kissinger and Mr. Bermudez. Just so the public will know, Mr. Kramer had nothing to do with that because he wasn't even here when they turned in the resignations. He came in afterwards. That's why he replaced Mr. Bermudez, but he had nothing to do with. They resigned on their own. One had a better job offer. The other one was been here long enough. He wanted to kind of take a break and enjoy, his years before he goes over and has health issues. I imagine most of us, when we get up to that age, want to take it easy for a while. So in all fairness to those people, I just want to put it out there that nobody forced them to retire. They did it on their own, one for different reasons, but one of them got a better job, and he went with that. So I just want to make sure that they don't hear this and feel like, wait a minute, why did they throw us under the bus for no reason? Again, we're thankful for everyone that has served. I know that it's not an easy job, doing this, because there's, to start off with, we have how many, 300 some employees, and but it's very hard when directors leave that are not replaced right away. It's a lack of leadership, really. Again, we didn't hire him just to make the city look pretty or have a park or two, a new park. No, there's a lot of more serious issues, and a lot of that now, the negativism that comes directly from him, of how he affects people that are under him. And so I stand up on behalf of those people, and again, for those business people that are losing thousands of dollars a day because of his lack of leadership, and the people that he chooses that work under him that are not qualified. And again, hopefully, if we go to another session, another meeting with this, I'll tell them to show up and speak their minds so that the whole city can hear about it. I'm not making this up. They're there. And again, I said there's other more serious issues that we're going to bring in the near future of violations on his behalf. So again, if that's what needs to get done, we'll get it done. Thank you, Mayor.
Anybody else? Okay, I'll put in my word. Since disemployment started in the city, a lot of people know me. My doors have been open. Unfortunately, with this city manager, my doors seem to be closed. When I walk by his office, his door is closed. When we here in the city have capable people to do the bank building, to do the Western building, and to do a bunch of projects, we have fear of businesses coming to Nogales because all the implementations and details that they have had to go through. We have state qualified people, contractors here to do those jobs. My main thing is to look after the community businesses, look after the community, support the community workers, and we don't see that. Bank building, and I got nothing against the people that got chosen. McKinley, where are they from? Out of that city. Yes, we're not professional pavers, but we got new pavers out of the city. We do a lot of in-house paving. We haven't done that. The only place we did in-house was Keno Park. Who does Keno Park belong to? The state. Not the city. But I think that was a big conflict of interest because somebody else works there. I got no problem with that. But, that paving could have got in another higher traffic road that could have appreciated a lot more than a parking lot that gets 60 vehicles in a day. Those things are important. I'm here for you guys. Those that know me, I've been over backwards to get this city, but communication. You know how many times he calls me in 2 weeks, in 3 weeks, in 4 weeks? None. He expects me to go to his office. Where am I? I'm in meetings with politicians. I'm in meetings with investors. I'm in meetings with, people trying to know about the city. I'm in meeting with, people that are, Border Patrol, CBPs, whoever invites me, I try to make those meetings. And I have a council, but I am the representative. I am your representative. Washington, Phoenix, or local businesses. I try to do my diligence to represent this city to my fullest. And how does it sound that we have businesses that are afraid to come because of the bureaucracy that we have in our process? When we want to work with the county, I have my friends in the county, Miss. Everybody says my friends. They work with us. They want to work with us. But yet, we have a person that he says, I'll take care of it. No, it's everybody. I don't, like I've said it before, I don't drown in a glass of water. I look for solutions. I look for opportunities. Nogales is, right now, as a border city, and everything we receive comes from where? The South. Everything comes from the South. Tourists, produce, even the sewer water, rain, everything comes from the South. We wouldn't have our neighbor on the South, Nogales would be nothing. We would be, then we would really be struggling. But yet, luckily, my experience, my lifestyle, my work has given me that opportunity to be in Mexico for 35 years. And we can't take advantage of that. How many warehouses do we have here? Produce warehouses. How many are owned by people in Mexico? You know, if those people wouldn't ship through Nogales, what would Nogales be? We have to, make a change. We have to support our local businesses. You know, I see some people out there that play pickleball. Who started doing the pickleball court? The one back here. But how long did the lighting take? It was already set and structured, dismantled. Now, why? If it was already set and had its expended, it's money for it. Then we look at, all the projects that we do. How many go through us? Who remembers the paper boy? The paper boy? Right on Crawford, turning into going to the right before you go to the border. Unfortunately, International is here, and I felt sorry when I found out by the community that they took it down. What? Where's our communication? I told a couple of council people that they took it down. I said, why? They took it down. Why? Who made that decision? Not us. There's a lot of stuff that's being done that is not going through council. We should be the ones making the decisions for the city. He's our employee that directs the directors, and the directors direct their employees. But when we don't know about it, why? You know how bad I feel when I'm out there and I don't know what's going on? We have cell phones. A call be nice. But I went through the community and I got elected to be in this position. And I've done it to the best of my knowledge. However, it's very hard when I don't have the cooperation of administration. It makes it very hard. How can we be losing in front of our eyes businesses that want to come over here but can't because of our process? I talked to, again, the county. How can we work together? How to make it a one-stop shop? How do we make city progress? We don't. Not like this. Everybody's afraid. You know, the border's our livelihood. You know, our border is our livelihood. My communication with Mexico to get border crossing, you know, faster and everything, that's our livelihood. We depend on Mexican people coming into our city. That's what leaves us our revenue. That's probably 65, 70 or more of our revenue. You know, Friday, we had a great event. Friday, we had a great event. 32 new houses, groundbreaking. Great event. I get a call that same week, last week. Can you get us some flags? Yeah, I have U.S. and Arizona flag in my office. Yeah, no problem. Can you get us a podium? Yeah, I should be able to get it. A podium. We requested it to Parks and Rec from my office. My office, actually Parks and Rec, called Mr. Kramer, denied a podium, denied for a great event. Yeah, it wasn't my event, but how hard is it to take a podium at 9 in the morning and pick it up at 1? A podium. I'm a sucker for rules. I bend them, but don't break them. It wouldn't have been hard to take a podium. I bend them, but don't break them. For a good cause. For a great cause. Let me tell you, I was extremely happy that that project finally broke ground, and extremely happy with all the people that I saw there. But we can't continue like that. We can't continue. You know, I see faces out here that have struggled with the city the way we're at. Again, I do also talk with employees, and not just one, many. And I see their fear. I see their fear. And, you know, we can't go like that. I know there's better ways to doing business. There's better ways. You know, I could talk to somebody over here. When I talk to somebody over here, it all depends who you're talking to. You got to feel it out and have a different character. It's not a me, this way, this way, this way. You know, it's always different. But you got to, you know, we're here to represent the city. We're here to open how can we help? What can we do? And then find the solution. That's what we're here for, finding the solutions. And as far as cleaning the city, ever since day one of me coming in, you know, with the city manager and deputy city managers that we had, yes, we were doing it. We were already doing it. Yes, the railroad, it was, I think, a combination, because I was already talking to the director for the last 2 years, and finally we got it. We finally got them allowing us to clean all the way to the railroad. When had the railroad listened to the city of Nogales? Never. Not that I could remember. Finally, we got them to let us allow us to clean all the way to the railroad. But, you know, neither here nor there. I think you, the people, deserve something better. You know, in communication, in opening our doors, in, you know, businesses being able to get licenses. You know, when you get a permit authorized back in February of 2025, and then in February 23rd of 26, you get it canceled because it says you don't have a permit. So what happened to the permit that gentleman had on February 4th, 2025? Now it's not worth anything? You know, when I received this today, and when I saw it, I said, what? Your business, your permit is already in progress. You know, he has a lot of commitments in having to rent tractors, rent equipment, now has stopped because his employees can't work. His contracted businesses that were set to do the job are now stopped. Why? Huh? You know, yes, he cleaned up some, this city had issues. Huh? We had issues, unfortunately, some employees. Huh? I'm not against that. Huh? But how do we do it? We do it right. You know, I don't know how many lawsuits we got coming. I don't know how many, write-ups we've had in the last year. You know, some employees get written up just because they try to, put their word, but we can't work like that. I think, we have options. We have options with other ex-city managers, and there's a light at the end of the tunnel where employees will be happy. We're losing employees left and right. Who's going to do that work? We have to work together. Thank you. Any other comments? Yep. Turn off your mic.
Mr. Estes, with all these allegations and accusations against Mr. Kramer, is he afforded due process, like to have proof of this? Councilman Doyle and the mayor, with all these accusations and allegations against Mr. Kramer, is he afforded due process? That's my question.
So the short answer is yes. If council were to vote to terminate the contract, that the charter provides for an opportunity for the manager to request a hearing and a formal hearing before council with regard to those matters.
Thank you. And the paperboy statue is up on Crawford and Grand. Just saying. The statue? It's there, the paperboy.
Now it is, but it wasn't. So it's right. Who gave the authorization?
Okay, Ms. Montiel?
I don't have an answer to that.
No.
Oh.
No, you wanted to speak?
Yeah, well, you can tell it's a political year, right? So I don't know where to start and how to start, but everyone's entitled to their opinion, and we have a lot of those, and it's okay. And having a voice is what makes this country what it is. And having an opinion is what this country is all about. Mr. Kramer has a contract, and I believe he should fulfill his contract. And I also believe that we've been here, and the mayor's been here, and many of you have been here, that evaluating a city manager has not been happening for years and years. There's never been an evaluation of a city manager. And although he just started, we haven't even evaluated him yet. And when Ms. Parada says about allegations, it's some of us are good about making certain allegations, but We have an attorney, and I'm sure that the attorney, and a good attorney that we have, would have not allowed Mr. Kramer to make decisions. That he's there to protect the attorney, and the law firm is there to protect the interests of the city of Nogales and the residents. And I'm sure, and I have confidence in Mr. Estes that anything that he has done, it has gone through legal. And his approach might not be what we or some of you like, but all of us here have different approaches on how to deal with things and issues. And I feel that we should fulfill the contract. We have a responsibility to the taxpayer, like we have responsibilities as public officials. And evaluating him in the future based on the goals he has set and we have set. We haven't set goals. We haven't even sat down. We never talked. We never evaluated any of the city managers before. So to say that he hasn't fulfilled some of the responsibilities or he's taking it upon himself to make some decisions, it's almost like, not fighting a fair fight. And this thing with the employees, there are how many employees, Mr. Kramer? 255. And in every institution, every municipality, you have employees that are not happy and employees that are very happy. So that's very subjective. We all have been called upon. And we have people that are courageous to come to the council and voice their opinion. Good for them. That's what makes this community and will make it even better. And when you're a public official, you have to take some of those criticisms. I wish in the future more people would run. And I say that because perhaps on the dais, we can have more of a collective voice in how to evaluate the manager. I believe that we should evaluate him, and those things that you're bringing up could be set upon, and we can speak about him, and we can have facts. Anonymous letters are anonymous letters. Some of you have all received them if you're in leadership positions. And so I believe some of them are signed and some of them are not, but when they're signed, we don't have the facts. I have not seen these letters that some of my colleagues are talking about. Mr. Kramer has a prerogative to move on or stay, just like all the other managers have done. We've had many. I've been 6-7 years. You've been here for a long time, and thank you. And we've had so many. And the million-dollar question out there is, why do we have such a turnover? Well, this is why. This is exactly why. We have 7 people on the dais, different opinions, different worlds, different ways of seeing how things should be run. I think in my opinion, we need to allow him to do his work. There's accountability, and the accountability has to be substantiated, and it has to be in a form where we sit down and evaluate based on the goals that we have set. And we haven't set those goals. We all of a sudden believe, I respect your opinions, that's why they're valid, regardless how you think. But we need to sit down and talk about where we want to take the city forward and how Mr. Kramer will take it. So I believe that we need to think about those things. And I don't know where these 2 gentlemen are going to go from here, since they have put it on the agenda. But I wanted to make sure that any allegation that has been thrown out there, that you, Mr. Kramer, also have a right to defend yourself. You are entitled due process. And I'm sure that will come later when we sit down and we evaluate you. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bonilla?
It is interesting, Councilwoman Montiel, that you would say those, I guess, eloquent words, but in the past, you've been here sitting in the dais, and we didn't give the past either city attorneys or city managers, we didn't afford them an evaluation. We let them go. No evaluation whatsoever. But now, well, there's got to be a process here. We got to evaluate them. When do we bring up the evaluation? When we're out of employees? When? In the past, we've let go, and it is an unfortunate thing that we've let go of managers and city attorneys. There was no evaluation afforded to them, none whatsoever. But now, well, we need to go through this evaluation. We need to be responsible because of the money to our taxpayers. We've paid out a bunch of money. So let's not sit here and pretend that this will be the first time. It's happened a lot of times. It's happened before I was sitting here on the dais. So at what point do we need to continue with this? I can't see myself. There's instability in some departments here that have been, since Mr. Kramer got here, has not been able to either fix them or whatnot. But you combine that with our employees being, I don't want to use the word disgruntled, but when you get to that point where they don't have a voice and they don't want to come to work. So do we turn around and do we tell our employees, well, by the way, I understand that you don't like coming to work anymore, but we if we get rid of them, we're going to have to pay out a lot of money. That to me is mind-boggling, really. I thought as council members and mayor, we would be a little bit more empathetic to the life of the city, which is the employees of Nogales. It is amazing that we can just make a decision, and it's not a few employees that come and complain. I've heard all types of complaints. I've heard I think all of us here have heard all types of complaints, and we know who just complains to complain. But when you can see that there is trauma and stress with these employees, then that's where I think we have to draw the line. I'm not making any allegations from Mr. Kramer, but it is the mental health of this city. And you cannot put a price on that. Thank you.
Mr. Doyle.
It's funny how some of these council members here have no problem covering up for people, and especially when they've committed a crime. And Mr. Kramer, you committed a crime. You violated the city charter. That's a crime. You lived outside the city, which the charter, if you read it, will say this should have happened a long time ago. We should have fired you a long time ago for living in Rio Rico and not the city. And talking about things, the allegations, really? Okay, Mr. Kramer, why don't you have a city logo on your truck and you use it all over the place? Is there a GPS on your truck? Is there a GPS on your truck? Well, don't answer. That's fine. That answers the question. The thing is that we put in place a long time ago that everybody should have a GPS on their vehicles that work here in the city. Are they in place? You don't have to answer either, because I'm sure they're not. And you should be on top of that. You're not doing your job, Mr. Kramer. That's the problem. And this is not an allegation. It happened. It happened, and it's there. And we're going to bring, again, this up to you with more facts, if that's what you want. If you had any decency, you would resign, and that'd be the end of it. But that's okay. You do whatever you please, and we'll do our job. The council members that want to represent the city of Nogales and not cover for you and not hide the truth from the people, we're going to take a stance. And the rest can do whatever they like. They want to cover for you. Well, I don't believe in covering the sin of others, especially when it becomes a crime. So, it's up to you. Thank you.
Does anybody have any other comments? We'll do a roll call vote. Mr. Bonilla?
I will to terminate.
Mr. Doyle,
I vote. I vote to terminate.
Ms. Menendez,
Terminate.
Ms. Montiel,
Nay. Nay.
Nay.
aye. 4-3.
4-3, and the charter requires a 5-7 vote. So
At least, Mayor, it shows a vote of confidence in the unity of the council that at least with the roll call, thank you for bringing the roll call. So the people not only here, but throughout the community know who is standing up for their rights, who is protecting them, and not a city manager. So thank you. And
next.
And pretty much it's still a majority. Thank you.
Next, we go to item B, discussion, direction, possible action, consideration of options to identify and.
Sorry. Can we take a quick 5-minute break so I can consult with my partner on the matter?
Yes.
Okay.
5 minutes.
Please, we'll take a 5-minute break.
And by 5 minutes, I mean 20.
5.
We resume from the small break that we took. However, I move to take another executive session to get some legal advice. I have a second. All in favor? Aye. We'll go into another executive session. Council, ladies and gentlemen, we reconvene from executive session. Do I have a second? Move to reconvene. Second. All in favor? Aye. Thank you. Now we have
Mayor,
clarification on.
if I could clarify, and I apologize, with all the discussion and stuff, I was focused on the charter provision and the contractual provisions for termination with cause. And talking with Justin, there is a provision in state statute that allows for the termination of a manager for a majority vote of the council. But that would be a non-cause termination, which would require the payout of the severance provisions of the contract. So assuming that the council continues to maintain its vote, the vote would be for termination and the 4-3 prevails and the contract would be terminated subject to the payout of the severance provisions.
Council, we're good.
Is there any questions from council with regard to that? So then the motion stands and the vote to terminate is successful and Mr. Kramer has been terminated from his contract.
Thank you. Next, we move to discussion and direction and possible action, consideration of options to identify and appoint an interim city manager. Do I have a motion?
That's a motion.
Be discussion first.
Motion to temporarily, make a motion to temporarily appoint our city attorney till we find an interim city manager or something that the council wants to put in place on a emergency agenda.
But that fails for lack of second. I'm sorry.
Second.
Can I have a moment to
discuss the legal
this matter with legal counsel?
Address this. I think if we move in that direction, it's going to create a conflict of interest. You being the city attorney and then the city manager, you know.
Mr. Bojorquez, we just need to finish out with a city attorney for tonight. We can't continue with a meeting without city manager.
Oh, you're talking about just tonight?
Yes,
Well,
tonight and
until we put it on the agenda, hopefully, Mayor, can you place it on next week on the agenda,
Well,
special
Can we
emergency meeting to put it in?
go back into executive session, please?
Okay.
This one will be very quick.
Ladies and gentlemen, I move to go back into executive session and get legal advice. All in favor? Aye. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going back to executive session.
Are you going to make?
Aye.
All right, Mayor, there's a motion and a second on the table to appoint myself as the interim manager. There's a question with regard to whether that would create a conflict. And in a short, very short interim period, that would not create a conflict. There are other municipalities in Arizona that have manager/attorney as the same individual, but it would be requested that that be a very short period of time, and we'd reconvene a special council meeting next Tuesday at 10 a.m. to have that further discussion, and I'll bring recommendations to the council for that process. So, but you can move forward with the motion.
Any discussion? All in favor? 10 a.m. on Tuesday.
We'll send out a formal notice to everybody.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Estes. We go to item E, discussion and direction. No.
No, he still wants to have a discussion about it.
Discussion and direction to the city attorney office to provide monthly general status reports to the city council on litigation involving the city consistent with attorney-client privileges and confidentiality requirements. Mr. Doyle?
I was going to ask you.
Yes, sir.
I didn't need to pull or table.
Oh yeah, just for informational purposes, items B and D are moot because they were with regard to Mr. Kramer. So those are being removed as being moot. So we go on to items.
Just for the public.
So yes.
Thank you, Mr. Doyle, for bringing that up. So now we go to item E, Mr.
Yeah, again, Mayor, I place this more kind of a sense of direction for legal to keep us informed on any litigation going on in the city of Nogales. Again, consistent with attorney-client privilege and confidentiality requirements. Just more of a report from legal to let us know, if it's something that we need to know that's important, at least keep us informed.
Absolutely, Councilmember Doyle. And in fact, I have a report for you.
Okay.
Laura has these up to date, and if there's ever any questions or concerns, you know, my door's always open. You all have my cell phone number. You're welcome to call me at any time. But yeah, I will, and I've talked to Laura today about it, about making sure that we do a monthly email to council with the updated status with regard to the any claims or litigation or anything, so that you know what's going on.
Mr. Montiel?
Mr. Estes, I want to just make it clear that I know that those reports were done in the past, and I know that no one's asked you to do them, so thank you. But is that okay? Because I know in the past when they were done, they were being shared around because they're not confidential. I get that part. So there's no problems there. If they're sent to us and they're shared, you know, within departments, within employees, within people in the public, and just so that we can just be, you know, careful about the people that are named in those lawsuits. I know it's not confidential, but just the fact that it's.
Well, and I guess that raises a good question, because if I give a report that provides my position and my thoughts on the case, then those would be attorney-client privilege reports. If you're asking for just basic status reports of, you know, this case was filed on this date, you know, there was a motion on this date, this is the current status, you know, the next motion or the next, you know, scheduling item for that case is this date, then those, that would be, you know, public information because it's just providing. But if you want a status or an opinion or recommendation, then I would keep those as two separate items. So if council wants, for example, a status update like what's on these reports, it says claim was submitted to the risk pool on this date, claim being investigated, different things like that that are non, legal opinions and stuff, then absolutely that's public record. But if it says, claim submitted and the attorney thinks that this is a bogus claim or there's these issues with the claim and it provides legal opinions, and those would be attorney-client. So what I would do is if that were going to be the case and there's going to be something on there, I would put on the report in the bold at the top, like I do with memos and stuff, attorney-client privilege, and then that is not to be shared with the general public because it is privilege, attorney-client
I
privilege.
just find it easier to go to your office and ask, but it's okay. I mean, you're the attorney. You could do what you need to do. Thanks.
Yeah, I would prefer those not to get out of your office and basically, you could mention us, there's X claims with privileges and we wouldn't run the risk of them getting out to the public or, something that can integrity. Yes. Thank you.
So yeah, absolutely. What we can do is I can provide you with the basic status updates, which just, provide the department, the date it was open, the claimant number, incident date, description, claim amount, the basic information. And then if you have specific questions with regard to those, then I would just ask you to come in and talk to me or call me, and we can have those so we can keep that information confidential.
Thank you. So this is just directions, right?
Yes, we don't need to take a vote. I'm good with the direction.
Thank you. We move to item F, discussion and possible action, consideration of in-kind support for the Cultura Artes Committee of Nogales, Arizona for the Fiesta de Mayos event to be held on May 2nd, 2026. Any discussion? Was there any amount on this one?
I'm sorry.
Requests 2 portable light generators, portable restrooms, large trash, 5 officers for security. It doesn't have an amount, so I would just request that the motion be that, in with a maximum contribution amount of $1,000, and I will look to see what the values are and make sure that it doesn't go over that.
I have, this event is free of charge. So all the events, they're free of charge. We don't put a value on these. Okay, because, let me talk. No, go ahead.
Sorry, maybe it'll...
Your mic.
Maybe it'll short circuit the conversation. Miguel just reminded me, this is a city-sponsored event, so the in-kind contribution doesn't apply because it is a city-sponsored event. So the city's providing its own support for its own event.
Thank you, Miguel, for bringing that up.
That's why. Okay.
And it says on the letter supported of the city. Okay, so with that said, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. G, discussion, possible action, consideration of in-kind support not to exceed $1,000 for Cero Estrés movement for the Nogales Half Marathon and Health Fair event to be held on April 25th, 2026. Any discussion? Yes, sir.
Yes, Mayor. I'm thinking, I know that this was done, whoever placed the $1,000 limit was probably over 5 years ago because I wasn't here at the time. Things have gone up considerably as far as, and I think that on the next agenda item, we should put at least 1,500 to be the measuring stick for in-kind service. 1,000 really is something from the past. I don't know unless some other councilman now wants to raise it up more. It's fine with me, but at least 1,500, I think, should be the medium point. Or
is it in blueprint that it's 1,000?
It is an order that was approved by council, previous order, so the order is current and active until it's been changed. So we can have that discussion with regard to when we get to item 13 for future agenda items, if you want to bring that up.
I'd like, when we get to future agenda, I'll mention it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more discussion? That's it. Do I have a motion? Excuse me, I had a motion and second. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. H, discussion and possible action, consideration of any kind support not to exceed $1,000 for the Calabasas Alliance, La Alliance Calabasas 5013C nonprofit for the Eco Fiesta 2026 event to be held on April 18, 2026. The motion? The second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. I, discussion possible action, consideration of in-kind support not to exceed $1,000 for Santa Cruz Advocates for the Art Mingus Project for the Mingus Jazz Festival event to be held on April 18th, 2026. Any discussion? Go ahead, Mr. Dahl.
Mayor, I know we're voting for the way it's written, and I like a legal opinion. Is this going to be based on, if in case we should pass to raise the ceiling on that to 1,500, will that automatically kick in for these requests up to 1,500? I'd like to know now.
Unless, I'm not sure we could put it back in the.
Because the way it's written, it says not to exceed 1,000. And if we should raise it on the next meeting, which could be Tuesday when we have the next meeting, will it automatically bring it up to 1,500?
Not automatically.
Not to exceed 1,500.
We would have to put it.
Not automatically, but we could have
an item.
We could add these as an additional item to increase, or we could have an agenda item to provide for the increase to apply to those items that were approved at the last council meeting. If that is council,
which is tonight.
Right.
Yes.
So if that's what council wants to do, assuming we go forward and this is on the next agenda and council approves an increase, then we can also have another agenda item after that to have council vote to have that increase apply to these tonight.
Yes, thank you, legal, for clarifying that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So with that said, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. J, update and discussion from city attorney on status of the forensic audit.
Yes, if we could have Justin come up and
Mr. City Attorney?
No. No, I'm just kidding. I'm going to get yelled at tomorrow. So we've had a number of discussions over the past year with regard to an audit that was done by an outside agency, whether it's considered a forensic audit or not, with regard to concerns with, practices within the city, things that may or may not have been done that have caused loss of revenue or money or improprieties and the such. And the issue, and one of the reasons why the workday solution was presented and approved by council is that the city's current program doesn't provide tracking. So the review can go through and it can say that, yes, there are processes and procedures that weren't being adhered to, but it doesn't identify specifics as to who may have done it, when it may have happened, nothing that would be sufficient to be able to go back and say, okay, employee X or employee Y, you did this on this date. So, you know, and I know the hope is, you know, and I can assure council that if information comes to light that somebody did something improper or illegal, that will be investigated in detail and, you know, dealt with accordingly. But just in a general sense, with regard to what was looked into, the areas that were looked into, that there, as of today's date, there isn't a specific individual, a specific instance that can be pointed to that says this happened on this date and this cost X amount of dollars in loss and things. So, but what it did do is it allowed the city to see that there are processes and procedures and things that need to be corrected and fixed and updated so that we can have that accountability. And that's what Workday will do. It will track everything. So if you go in and you do something, it will allow that. Is that to say that that will solve every potential problem if somebody wants to try to do something improper? No, but it limits that. And the goal is, and the hope is that we create an environment of accountability, and that we, you know, make sure that the employees understand what their job duties are, what's expected. You know, so with regard to that, because I know that the issue has been asked about a number of times, so I just wanted to be able to let council know that there isn't a specific instance of this happened on June 1st of 2021 and this is what happened, because that the city systems don't have that type of information. But what we do know is that we can't track that. So we need to have a system in place to where that information is trackable, traceable, and accountable.
To have a better understanding, it's kind of something that we need for the time being, be on top of, like have maybe with wherever we get as an interim, kind of let them know to be visually on top of those areas that might be in question. And at the same time, if we can do that, then we can either postpone or table the forensics to a future date, because if the program is going to be coming into effect a few months down the road, there's no sense in spending a lot of money for when the program is going to be pretty thorough on being able to pick up on things, and it might save the city those audits that are needed just to get the general audits that we get, and that's what I'm understanding what you're saying. Is that am I getting that correct? What
yes, saying? And if there does come to light specific issues that need to have a detailed investigation, then that will be done at that time.
Okay. Anyway, I think the item that we're referring to was tabled in the last session, so we can just leave it tabled till in case we ever need to bring it up again.
Yes, if there's no, we don't have to take any action.
Just
okay. Thank you.
Updated discussion.
Thank you.
Anybody have any other comment? Okay. We move on to K, discussion and possible action. $50,000 fee waiver requested from the city of Nogales related to Baffert Senior Apartments, a 50-unit new construction project of affordable senior independent living community located at 786 East Baffert, Nogales, Arizona, 85621. The project, through Chicanos por la Causa. Do I have a motion? Any discussion? Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. Yes. Thank you.
That's 9:30.
Thank you for bringing this to the community.
Aren't you glad you waited around for that?
L, discussion and possible action, $50,000 permit and building waiver request from the city of Nogales related to Montezuma Senior Apartments projects. L8 Argenta.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
No.
Go ahead, Ms. Montiel.
Mr. Estes is not, this might not be a very smart question, but won't be the first time. So do we have a policy allowing us to waive permit and building fees for businesses that are for profit? I just want to make sure.
That, I don't know if we have a specific policy with regard to that.
Okay.
So I can't answer that question for you tonight.
I was just
can
wondering
look
because I
into it.
know that, well, I don't know, maybe Justin knows. I don't know. I don't feel comfortable, I just want to make sure because I know there's a comprehensive schedule of fees and charges. So I just want to make sure that it's okay if we waive because I know that this Montezuma is for profit. Mm-hmm. So I just want to make sure that we're okay with it. I mean, that's great. And she's here. She's been patient with us. But I just want to make sure because I know that some are not for profit. I mean, some are for profit and yet we waive fees. So I just want to make sure.
And I can actually answer that one.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Because I forgot. This one is for, it's for an application to the state for the low-income housing tax credits, which requires, and they get extra points if the municipality participates and supports. And so that is allowed. Chicanos por la Casa has a similar project that they got approved for in one of the municipalities that I work with. So with that, under that program, no, it doesn't matter if they're a nonprofit program or a for-profit. It's a acknowledgement of the support for what is to be a low-income housing tax credit project specifically.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Mr. Estes, could that be under the incentive policy? City incentives, to bring businesses to Nogales?
I would have to look at what the city's specific incentive policy is, but with regard to the low-income housing tax credits, it allows for municipal participation and support. And specifically, that's one of the things they look for is that the municipality waives certain fees and participates to show that the municipality is in support of that, and it gives them more points when they go to submit their project. It's all based off of a point system, and so they get a certain number of points for the contributions from the municipality.
Go ahead, Ms. Montiel.
Do you want to talk about this? Do you want me to just mention that there's an invite? Yeah, go ahead. I think it's a great idea to let people know.
Beat me to it. Thank you.
Yeah. Green light.
Good afternoon, City Council, Mr. Mayor, and community and residents. So I am Yvonne Delgadillo with Allied Argenta. If I may, before I discuss this, one thing that I did want to point out, and thank you, Mr. Estes, for explaining that on the low-income housing tax credits. Regardless of whether it's a for-profit or a nonprofit developer, every project needs to be for-profit in order to bring in the tax credits. So, and that's the only way that you can actually attract the investor to come and invest in that. And it is critical for all of these projects for there to be municipality support. Otherwise, there's no way that we can compete with any of the Phoenix and Tucson projects. But I would like to take this opportunity to invite everyone from council as well as the residents to participate in a visioning session that we will be having on Monday, March 9th at 6 p.m. Nogales Community Development will be providing us with some space. So if any of you would like to partake on some of those discussions and see what we're planning to do and we're actually combining low-income housing tax credits as well as historic tax credits. So we're going through all of that process. I do want to thank you for your support. We won't be able to move this forward without the city and the county as well as other residents. But I do want to invite everyone to attend. I'll leave a flyer outside, and so I'm hoping that I'll get to see you there. Thank you.
Ivan, you got a question?
Ivana, this project is being funded by the Arizona Department of Housing, right? Correct?
So yes, this project is going, we're requesting funding through the Arizona Department of Housing because they're the ones that get the low-income housing tax credits for all of the state projects. In addition to that, we'll be working with the Parks Department as well to attract the historic tax credits. Once we get the allocation of low-income housing tax credits, that's when we also get lenders and investors and approach the city to say, okay, we got the money, now we need to have all of our financing commitments. But our original application goes to the Arizona Department of Housing.
So is the Arizona Department of Housing going to require you to allocate a couple of apartments on a project base?
That is part of the request right now.
So in that part, it's going to be the HUD, right? U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, right? Instead of the Arizona Department of Housing.
So the U.S. Department, so for the vouchers, we would be coordinating it through the city, and we would be assisting with that application and working with the director and ensuring that we can go through that process. So right now, it's just a commitment. Until we get the financing, we won't be putting any official request, if that makes any sense.
And just to clarify, I don't think the city has the authority to allot vouchers for project-based vouchers. Got to go through HUD.
Well, it's through the municipality is what we've been informed, and since Nogales coordinates, it would have to be through the Nogales Housing Authority.
We can look into those details when we get to that point. As you know, Vice Mayor is very familiar with that program, having run it for so many years. But we can definitely circle back and have that discussion and figure out what needs to be done if you guys are successful in getting the award.
And Councilman Bojorquez, if you have time to meet anytime like this week, next week, I would love to sit down with you. We've worked with some of the attorneys that works with HUD directly to get more insight, because I know that it has been a little slim. There's more extensive requirements just because federal funds have been cut, and so there's restrictions, but I'd love to be able to discuss it further and engage them in that conversation as well.
Okay, sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ivan. And
Thank you.
Mr. Doyle, you had something else?
No, it's just that I'm kind of looking ahead of if we get those apartments built there, it would really bring some life to the downtown area, especially a building like the old Montezuma that used to thrive with the cattle business, and everybody would come and make their deals there. I mean, I guess there's not that many old timers that remember those days. I remember it because I was pretty young when my dad would take me by the hand and make his cattle deals there. And there was a lot of folks, Wingfield and back then young Fletcher, which in Paz Descanse, that's the older Mr. Richard Fletcher. But a lot of cattle deals were done there, and the city would thrive, and we need to bring life to that area. So I'm all for supporting this venture. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And, the proposal is to get 15 apartments under the HUD, right?
Yes,
So
we're hoping.
That's what we're,
But thank you.
which would help the community. And, that one and the senior building all those are great projects for the community. Thank you. Thank you. With that said, all those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes.
Mayor, if I could, for my first official act as interim city manager. Sorry. Could we bump item 11C up to right now so Mr. Pierce doesn't have to sit through an excruciating executive session that he's not needed for?
In business, we call that a point of personal privilege, right?
That's
He must have a pool with him.
Would that be okay? Would that be
Council?
okay?
Would that be okay,
good.
Council? As much as
Go ahead,
I'd
Mr.
love to have him sit through
Hey,
the next
you
3
guys are
hours.
blast. I got to tell you, this was not a meeting that I was expecting. So, especially now with Mr. Estes in this role. But what we wanted to do.
So if we could get some clarification, am I technically your boss now?
I have to think through that one. I have some, as you know, it's been 2 years since we've been, I can't believe 2 years it's gone by since we've been doing this on a contract basis. I wanted to give you an update. We, during that time, we've never upped the flat fee. The $15,000 a month is what it's been, and worked well the first year. The second year, costs have gone up. I mean, that's no surprise. And I wanted to show you a report, and I'll give a copy of this to you guys, of the work. It's not a description of each line item, but it does show the time, and it shows I think there's like 10 different lawyers just within this fiscal year that have touched some sort of an item. And that's one of the things when we first started this, I think I explained one of the benefits is you get more than a full legal department. I mean, it's not just one lawyer or two lawyers, and we got people that touched a bunch of different areas of the law, and we're able to do that. I mean, tonight we've got Trish here to talk to you about a project. Obviously, Joe, we've got land use folks, we got employment law folks, and we're able to put all those resources to work for you without you hiring a full slate of lawyers, which would be completely cost prohibitive, of course. So with that, I'll share with you and give each one of you a copy of this real quick. And this is just this fiscal year. Fiscal year, not calendar year yet. Well, I think I have an extra. So most of this won't matter to you. It shows all the different entries of time. What matters is really the last 2 pages. What it'll show you is that on the second to last page, the grand total labor hours on the fiscal year is about 730, almost 735 hours of time, translated to what like the discounted hourly rate that we give to cities and towns, the risk pool and others. Was it something I said? No, I'm just kidding. they're not interested in this part of it.
Thank you.
I spent a lot of time putting this together.
If anyone else wants,
I'm proud of this. I mean, I am proud of this. No, I actually am proud of this. What I'm proud of with this is, and one of the reasons we do the flat fee with you guys is you don't have to worry about like 3 lawyers in a meeting, like the exorbitant costs that can come from that. And so we try to just average that out over time. And on that second to last page, you'll see that if we were billing you by the hour, like we would normal, like an attorney would do, on the year so far, 8 months of the fiscal year, we would have billed you $215,000. Average of $26,875 a month. We've actually only billed $171 on an average of $21,412. Now you're like, well, wait, I thought it was $15,000. It is, but you remember a year ago there was a request for some additional on-site time, And so what we did was we looked at, what that would cost us to do that. I mean, just really kind of almost a break even. It was $1,900 per time. And so we've been doing that. And we do that, 2 or 3 times a month. So this is what it averages out to, about 21. But again, if we were billing by the hour, it would be upwards of 27. So again, doing the math, in 8 months' time, that's about $43,700 that we're over our budget. Not you guys. You've saved $43,700. If we continue this through the end of the fiscal year, that's what the last page shows, is we'll be over budget about $65,550 in terms of what we're trying to, in terms of our billable rate, to try to be in line with. And so what we're proposing is not to make up that whole difference. I mean, that's why we do a flat fee. It's not to like, okay, well, you're way over this, so cut us a check for this. That's not what a flat fee is. What we're simply asking, though, is just a minor adjustment to the monthly. Instead of 15, if we can bump that to 20, what it does is it still puts us, I'll say, in the hole, for lack of a better term. It puts us over budget about $50,000 on the year, but that's okay. We can absorb that. It's why we do what we do. We partner with you guys to be able to do that. And then, we'll just continue to monitor it over time. Now, had I known we were going to be doing this tonight, I might have put some more into that. But to me, if you look at these numbers and what you're going to see at the very end, what I put at the very end, we work with a lot of cities that have some in-house departments, and we know what the budgets were here as well before. I know of a municipality right now that's hiring for an in-house, and they're they're also a border community about the same population, and they're advertising it at $180,000 salary. Now, when you add the benefits and everything that go, EREs, that on top of that, now if you hire a deputy at 120 or whatever 110. And then the overhead, Westlaw alone, Westlaw is the legal database that you have to have. You have either Westlaw or Lexis, you got to have that. For government rate, they are charging $2,000 a month per user. So if you had a couple of users, you're looking at $40,000 of overhead just in Westlaw. I can tell you our firm, we pay well over $100,000 a year because we have a lot more users. But we also, because we have private clients and others, we can absorb that and have the highest level of Westlaw access to include all of the new AI tools and everything associated with that. So we can give a level of service that really, truly an in-house department wouldn't be able to do anyway, or at least a smaller one. But if you run those numbers, just your overhead and an assistant city attorney and in-house with the EREs, you're looking at, I conserve it, 470. By the way, I am familiar with city attorney offices with 1 to 2 city attorneys where their budgets are over $500,000. And because you still also are going to end up, there's going to be areas of expertise you need that you don't have in-house that you're going to still have to hire. We do work for a lot of cities and towns that have their own in-house department, huge ones. City of Phoenix, they've got dozens and dozens of lawyers, and they still will hire us on projects on occasion, say, hey, can you take this for us? We don't have the ability to handle this in-house. So when you take all of that into account, I remember 2 years ago when we talked through this, it has come to fruition for sure. You can honestly tell your constituents you've saved the city hundreds of thousands of dollars by what you've been able to do with us. And in addition to that, and I know that this sounds like I'm doing this a little bit, but I think that you're getting a level of expertise and competency that exceeds anywhere else. And I say that as probably the weakest link in our group. We have a team now. When I came 2 years ago, we've even added, we just added a Superior Court judge that just retired from the Superior Court, and we've got our bench of lawyers. I think we're pushing up on like 300 years of combined experience in municipal law alone. And I say I'm the weakest link. I think I've done a great job of surrounding myself with really good talent, and it's something we're definitely very proud of. But we're asking you to just the idea with the flat fee is not for us to get rich off of it by having a big number that we don't deserve. And it's also, we don't want it to be where we are doing so much work on it that we're not able to, cover our overhead as we need to. And so that's what I'm asking, is just a small bump to be able to account for that. The other bump, I didn't give you this. So this is identical. I think you remember from last time, our flat fee contracts. I don't like legalese. It's a very simple. You can read it in 2 minutes. This is identical. If you want to just pass these around, even a councilman. That's why we do it that way, Salo, to make sure everybody. It's identical to last time. There's nothing in there different other than the number. Instead of 15, it's 20. And when we a year ago, when you guys had that, when we added that $1,900 a time extra deal, I need to bump that to 25, because I'm finding out that when we do those days, it's hard for us to break even with, because frankly, I got to pay this guy's mileage. I got to pay all the hotel nights sometimes when these things go late. So again, it's a modest bump, and I even on this sheet I showed you that even with that bump, what the annual average cost for the legal department compared to what it would be if you had an in-house department is still it's significantly less. So Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to answer any questions if anybody has questions about it. This is truly intended to even us out, to try to get us to a spot where we're closer in line to the work that's being required.
Mr. Doe, turn on your mic, please.
I have a couple of questions. I think I'll go with the first one that jumps at my eyes. And the city may terminate this representation at any time, subject to Pierce Coleman's obligations under the rules of professional conduct and the approval of the court if a matter is in litigation. Can you kind of shed a little more light on that?
Yeah, so let's say we are, and we haven't had this yet, so it's more theoretical than actual, but let's say we're defending you in a lawsuit right now. That's not part of the risk pool. That's different, of course. Let's say we're defending you in a lawsuit, and trial it's in 3 weeks, and we're preparing for trial, and then counsel says, you know what, we're done with these guys, because you're allowed to do that. You could fire us at any time. What we would have to do is we would have to go to the court and say, hey, court, they don't want us here anymore. The court could very well say, not too bad, we're right up on trial. You're representing them. So we would have professional responsibilities to where you could fire us, but we might have to say, hey, but we have to finish this thing for you because the court's going to require it.
Thank you for that. It's a good thing.
It is, but it's truly more theoretical. I've not really seen that happen.
The other one that jumped at me is no advice regarding this fee agreement.
Right.
Pierce Coleman is not acting as the city's counsel with respect to this agreement. Kind of shed a little light on that.
Yeah, and this is in the last one too. We have to put that in these simply because it would be a conflict for me to advise you on this contract in the sense of like, hey, council member, you should really do this, because it obviously benefits our firm, but so we can't give you legal advice on the contract. We can certainly answer the questions just like you just asked, but I can't provide you legal advice, direction on it. Yeah. And certainly if you guys felt like, we really need somebody else to take a look at this for us, you could totally do that. It's again why I try to keep it really simple though, is to make it easy for you.
I don't know why Israel and China are there.
Yeah, those are state law requirements as well. I know. Because of the contract amount, state law, the legislature, I don't know, 10 years ago, maybe
10 or 15,
put a provision in state law that said any contract with a government entity has to affirm that we will not boycott Israel or that we will employ the forced labor of ethnic Uyghurs in the People's Republic of China. And I can affirm to this council today that we are doing neither of those two things.
Yeah, that second one is more recent. That one came out a couple of years ago.
Yeah, that one came out more recent. It's truly just a state law requirement in contracts. That's it.
But to piggyback off of something that Justin had mentioned earlier, and he's not aware of this, but as an example, there is a recent municipality that went in-house with their law department with 3 attorneys and 1 support staff with a budget of $1.5 million is what it is costing them to run that legal department in-house with 4 employees.
I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah.
They originally budgeted way less. They didn't think it was going to be that, and it ended up ballooning.
And I also have a very good friend of mine who was the first in-house attorney for another municipality, and they had budgeted about the same, 1.5, and within a year, because they didn't account for a number of things, they were up to, I think, 2.7 with regard to theirs, and they had, I think, four civil attorneys and 2 prosecutors for that 2.7. So I think, we do provide a good service for a very reasonable rate, and you get a significant number, not just me. And that's what I like to tell my clients is this isn't just, Joe as a city attorney, although I may be here on a more regular basis and be the face of the firm. But, Miguel can attest that we have a number of election law experts in the firm that have helped Miguel with all of the stuff that he's had to do with the elections for this year. We have an attorney now who is an HR or a former HR director who has been helping out with our HR department here in getting things better organized and in place and things like that. So those are some of the benefits that you get with working with us that you just would never get with any other firm or, and I've served as an in-house attorney by myself. I was the city attorney for the city of Page. I was there by myself, didn't have anyone else to call out to or tap out. You guys come up, although Justin didn't answer my text this evening when I asked to tap out during the council meeting and have him come up. But it is such for me, for an attorney's perspective, it's so great to have that depth, to have that ability to just send out a text or an email to the group and say, look, we've got this issue going on that could impact a number of different municipalities, especially when it comes to legislative changes and things that are going on with the legislature, So it does provide a substantial benefit and service to the city. We try to do that for all our clients. An example of that is we recently produced and provided, and Miguel will be sending that out to council if he hasn't already, a very detailed memo with regard to election issues and things this year that took a substantial amount of time to prepare, but because that is spread out over the 24 municipalities that we represent as the city and town attorneys, that equates to a very short, so if they spent 10 hours doing it, then it gets billed out for like maybe 20 minutes or 30 minutes for each client, so that cost isn't absorbed by one client.
My final question.
Go ahead.
And I want to say that I like the tag team effect that you guys have. You respond real quick to be victorious in your bout. So, you like you said, you have so much legal experience and knowledge that it's great to be represented with so many different fields of expertise that you offer. But my actual question is, just for the record, does this mean that, I know it says at will there, does that mean like 2-3 months or whatever time down the road, if the city of Nogales or the majority of the city council says, we've enjoyed your services, thank you so much, we want to go in a different direction, and it's over?
Yeah.
At will.
Yeah, very different from the other contract you looked at tonight. There is no severance provision in our agreement. You can end it at any time, again, just subject to the professional responsibility requirements that we have. Now,
No.
I was going to say,
I'm just asking for the record. I mean, your firm, you guys are very enticing. I mean, I don't think, maybe one of us might be off in a different direction, but I don't think the majority of the council is going to go in that direction.
If you want to make that motion tonight, Councilmember Doyle, if
I was going to say, man, you guys will be.
We're enjoying the expertise we get.
And I can tell you,
Don't take me wrong.
And we love working with you guys. And we, the experience.
I always just like to ask to be for the record.
No, that's the thing about lawyer services generally is you're never going to be tied into. In fact, one of the provisions in here even has the refund. Because you pay now for you guys it wouldn't really matter because you actually pay it at the end of the month. But let's say you paid it at the beginning of the month, and then 2 days in, you said, "Hey, we're going to go a different direction." Well, we're not going to keep that whole month of pay. So we would return that. Now, obviously, we would take a look at the whole. So, but the point is, you're not locked into anything with us. Our view of it is, we want you to feel locked in because you love the service you get with us. That you would never want something different.
There you go.
If you do, hey, you got it. But
You know what, Justin? I think it took us a while. It took us a while.
But that's only one.
I think what at the beginning, I think all of us, because we were used to the attorney, from Monday to Fridays, 8 to 5. And I think that the biggest concern was that you weren't here every day, but we got accustomed, or actually what we realized is that you're an email or you're a phone call away or text message away.
We're still covered.
And we're still covered. And there hasn't been any I think the most that Mr. Estes has taken to answer me has been 4 months, but that's okay. Just kidding. No, he's pretty fast. He's pretty fast in answering, getting back, or he'll send me a text that he's in a meeting or something. But I'll admit that it took us a little bit of getting accustomed, and I don't think we can ever really go back to the traditional,
No, that's been our experience in other places where we've come in for an in-house, where the first few months it's like it's a new way of doing it, but then after some time and you realize that this works really well and again saves you. And something for you're elected officials, you get to tell your constituencies that like, hey, we're being very mindful of the taxpayer money by not having a full legal department that would suck up a lot more of your taxpayers' resources. So, again, happy to answer any more questions.
My only question is, we not 3 minutes. Basically, it's I thought this was coming when I saw it in the agenda. We're having a meeting on Tuesday. Do you need an answer today? Or can we think about it and?
The reason we kind of
just absorb it and look at the numbers.
I made them pretty simple for you there.
Mm-hmm.
The issue for us is we're headed in the wrong direction financially for us. Like we can't continue to go that path. Mm-hmm. And we're not, like I said, we're not asking you to like double the amount. It's a very modest increase. It would be very helpful to us because I think, again, we've teamed and partnered with you guys in good faith. And we're not asking you to make up the full difference, where I think, we could say, hey, look, we're getting crushed here. But what I'm looking at is going, what, if we just do a modest increase, we can manage that and continue to manage that with you. And again, we love working with you. So if we didn't like working with you, we'd just tell you. So,
Do I have a motion
Yeah.
and a second?
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Thank you, sir.
I do appreciate that.
Thank
we love working with you. I'm going to get on the road, okay?
Thank you. Now,
Thank you for coming over tonight.
All right.
I move into executive session so Mr. Pierce can go sleep or drive.
Not in the same time.
That's right.
All those in favor? Do I have a second? Second to a motion to go, okay, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? We go to executive session. from executive session. Number 11, a discussion and possible action consideration of the mayor and council of the appointment of Robert Gilliland as the city magistrate judge and approval of an employment contract.
Mayor? Yes. I make that motion to approve. I think I'll second it, I guess.
Yeah, if you want, well, I can put on the record what the terms, the amended terms of the contract would be the salary increase from 115 to 130, annual 3% increases on an annual basis, and the payout of current PTO balances, or now, whenever. So. Yeah. Yeah, the new contract will be effective May, but we'll go ahead and finalize that and get it signed. And you guys haven't voted yet.
Okay.
Once you vote.
That's it. Any other comments? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. B.
It was worth waiting around.
Thank you for hanging in there.
B, discussion and possible action approving the community investment agreement between Santa Cruz County, the town of Patagonia, South 32 Hermosa, Inc., and the city of Nogales.
Motion to approve, Mayor.
Second. And that is with this motion to approve with the motion to approve with the agreeing of the additional early action items that we propose.
Yes.
Correct?
That's correct. Correct. Yes.
Thank you.
Did you get a second on that?
Second.
There you go.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Mayor's and council report of current events. Mr. Bonilla.
This past Wednesday, we had the University of Defense. We had 55 students, which represented 55 different countries. Councilwoman Parada and pretty much helped me out a lot for that event. And we gave them a tour of Nogales, and we had a semi-formal dinner at the BFW. It's the third year that the city of Nogales hosts this event.
Thank you. Mr. Doyle.
Mayor, I'm just going to pass right now. Thank you.
Ms. Melendez.
No, just to let you know, we're already starting with the Fiestas de Mayo event, which is going to be May the 2nd. And I'll keep you posted on everything we're going to do.
Thank you. Montiel, Ms. Parada. Vice Mayor. Okay, and I'm just going to cut it short and go to what we got Friday. Hopefully everybody attends and celebrate the 250th celebration of America. We'll be here in front of Cordova Park at 9 a.m. And there'll be a small ceremony from 9 to 9:45 or so. And then at 10, I think that's when the museum officially opens. So, thank you, Ms. Montiel, for putting it together, and the whole committee, Mr. Bojorquez. Who else was it? Here. Okay. But from the, okay. Thanks, everybody. So that's all I've got. Then we'll go to future agenda items.
Yes, Mayor. I wanted to place on the next session that we raise the 1,000 limit to 1,500. as a ceiling. And that's all I have.
Ms. Melendez?
No, I would like to take the opportunity of saying that I'm not going to be available Friday, but the Cultural Arts Committee is going to have 2 tables with finger foods and a huge cake.
Thank you.
Best of luck.
Ms. Montiel?
Mr. Estes, if you could just please, I would like a opinion from the Attorney General on the gift of public funds. What is her opinion? I know you've given us your opinion, but I would like a written opinion from Attorney General Mace on how in-kind can be given out and how it cannot be given out, and just so that we can have her opinion in writing. Thank you.
Ms. Parra? Vice Mayor? Okay, and basically on Mr. Doyle's addition is if that does happen, we would also look into switching the 3 approved items or
That there would be the discussion.
Increase.
The in-kind increase and then a second agenda
Yes.
item for approval of, if that does pass, for that to be applied to those items that were
approved today. Yes, thank you. That's all I've got. Basically, we've agreed to meet here Tuesday at 10 a.m. Thank you. Move to adjourn this meeting. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Meeting adjourned. Good night or good morning. Almost still good night.
It's still good night.